Okay, let's get started. So I'm hoping now my volume is a bit better. Because basically, I had a bunch of things, or I have so many volume knobs. Hang on. Actually, it's a bit loud still. But I realized I need to change the gain on the microphone itself because I was peaking it. And then, no matter what gain I was setting in OBS, it was still like the audio quality was suffering from that. And that was because for a different recording session, I actually needed the gain all the way up because I was too quiet. But okay. I'm getting stuff ready now. And no more at the ends of errors for today. Though I do have a bunch of fun ideas for things, because basically my plan is now, I want to do some fun technical stuff with it, and also start thinking about how to, like, reapproach the game's structure. To basically emphasize the platforming and adventuring more, because right now it's too dialogue-focused, too wordy. Which was literally the point of, like, focusing on the dialogue, but I've realized I overcorrected. I think Kitty Found a Camera showed me one of the things I really like in games is just pushing a button and something fun happens. Hang on, it still feels... I'll assume the audio is fine. It's getting into, like, the yellow range, which I think is basically, like, right before OBS deems it, like, too loud. Okay, I have no memory of what oh yeah, this is our vending machine. Okay, so I'm divided on what I should do today. I think I should just do more exterior work. Simple things like house textures, props, like overall layouts and things like that, sightings of houses, and then texturing doors and windows. I think that'll be my plan now. Let's get that up. So trailer, we got more fun stuff. Scenarios? Oh yeah, I got scenarios there. Bear cub in the forest, you can get mauled by mama bear. I guess we got that. We don't have hug the baby bear. Get a PSA. What am I doing here? Okay, let's go to visuals. Let's go to... So we got stained glass windows. Layouts. I think I want to do these. Layouts come before placement. Or placements were basically like figuring out where the houses and buildings and structures are. And then layouts were like laying out the general like walls and things like that. And so this house needs more stuff out front. And I don't know what exactly I want. And then also, yeah, so this house and the cave. I guess I can start with the cave. Yeah, let's just dive into that. Because yeah, I want the game to feel as done as possible. Like, early on. But okay, so I'm thinking... Like, what do I want here? Oh, wait, hang on. I'm also gonna... Let's adjust the volume down a little bit. So I want to jump up a little bit. I think I'm going to do a few things. One is, I actually regularly miss the cave entrance. So I think it's too small. And then let's do like huh? Oh, shade smooth. That's what I need. Okay, so this is going to be a rock flat S body. And this will go into, like, cave. Yeah. Basically what I want to do is try and figure out how to make it so the player can actually get up onto these rocks. Because right now, it's really difficult to even get onto, like, climb up here. Okay, let's try something like this. And then I need to look at probably actual cave systems. That'd be fun to look at for, like, ideas to make the cave more fun and more, like, aesthetically interesting. Because, you know, a photography game. What's the point of a photography game where you're not, like, looking at things that you want to take pictures of? Okay, wrong. No, cave material. Yeah, okay. Now it looks a bit more approachable. Literally. And yeah, the next step is I think there needs to be at least 2 different areas to the caves. So that way it makes sense that Mrs. Weston doesn't know which cave he's in. Okay, and the next things... I think some generic materials for the windows. So probably just... Well, actually, I could probably just use a white noise texture. And then I can just color it, like tint it for the other houses that need special colors. Like the Westons, I know, they'll have dark trim rather than white. But most of them, it'll just be like a white or an off-white. But okay, now you can do like this. I think what I want actually is probably to just increase the player slope. Because that should be under like a slot. Where do we get like a ground contact? So get vector if no clip, otherwise this normal. B normal is not quite what I'm looking for here. Round? Am I stupid? What am I looking at here? Oh, it's standard body. Okay, if ground normal dot y less than 0.75, let's do just 0.5. Oh wait, no. Oh wait, yes. Let's have like a min dot rounded. Okay, so I think, yeah, here as well. You can see that I was getting that like 0.75 there. Okay, so now I think if we resume, okay, now I can walk up these slopes. So that gets us a lot, well, okay, yeah. It's still reasonable in like, you know, I can walk up this slope, but I can't walk up this slope, for example. We should probably, let's do world time, I think another thing that I want is, huh. I guess I'm fine with this. Though now we can actually go up significantly higher, so we're more likely to be able to get around the bear. Yeah, because now we can just walk up here and get around. So I think I'll need to change that to just have, like, foliage going all the way up here. Okay, let's do that then. Okay, also while we're here, I should fix the, all of these need to be slightly lower. Because they have a slight, UV issue. Right, is it this side? Okay. Let's have this go like this. Basically loop, like, connect to this here. So yeah, basically it'll just go all the way up here, so you can't just, like, sneak your way around. Okay. Follow active quads should now work with this reasonably well. It almost did. I think it's simply the fact that these are, like, screwed up. Yeah. If they're more rectangular like this, they fit a bit better. Eh. Could be better. Could be worse. And I'll also eventually, like, properly divide the trees up amongst the, like, zones that they have. Because basically, like, the trees are kind of arbitrary in where they're parented. But I'll soon fix that, because it just bothers me. And I think there are some benefits to having the parenting, like, nice. Like, there's, like... No, I think they use an octree for visibility. But I still don't like all these lines going everywhere. I should make sure the player can't climb up trees. Ah, well. Okay, so that was there, and also I wanted this to come out a bit more, so, like, basically the player really can't get this way. Even if they try, even if they're super smart about it. And then I think I want an easier way to get into here, so I'm going to do like get this cut here. There we go. And actually, we can have these like all nice. There we go. So now there's a more natural way to get back into this zone, because this is where the mama bear can throw you for cool fast travel. And she'll just fling you right across the river, so you don't have to walk all the way back this way. You know, it's marginally faster. So I'm thinking... Oh, nothing's parented to this. Oh, because the cave itself is an object. Okay, that's fine. So now the question is, what do I actually want to do for platforming? Because I want some light, like 3D platforming. And I should probably change the color of this to be more like mossy and gray on the ground. And actually, now it's a bit too, yeah, it's a bit too powerful. Hang on. Min dot grounded will be like 0.6. Okay, so now we can still go up quite high. Hang on. Do we have ground normal here? Ground normal, okay. So this is 0.71? How? And also, this feels like it adds up to more than 1. Maybe I'm mistaken. I guess because it's like the square root, or the squared root of, you know, summed squares, whatever. Yeah, so one issue is now, you can almost just, like, hop up over this. Oh, yeah, you can... Oh. Oh, wait, whoops. I jumped and that pressed the pause button. Hang on. I can just, like, do that. Okay, so you can, like, just jump around things now. So I think 0.6, too powerful. Also, my music stopped, as usual. YouTube's playlists just don't work. Oh, and it, like, jumped to the wrong part of the playlist. I love video games. I love computers. I love how software doesn't work. Okay. There we are. Now it's the album that I want. It's called, Yonder by Anthemix. I've been meaning to listen to it. Okay, let's try... Actually, am I locked in here? No. This is crazy how high I can go here. Like, I thought 0.7 was like, you know, relatively horizontal ground. Oh, but now this is too steep. That's great. Hang on. I have a good idea. Make those stones flat. So that way we can actually get up onto them. And then I guess bring back 0.75 because that seems like it's actually like the reasonable number. Okay. Hang on. God fucking damn it. It always does that. It's always like slightly too long, so I'm tempted to move the mouse, and then it like blasts. Okay, whatever. It grabs my mouse right at the wrong time, always. Because it's always slightly slow enough that I'm like, oh, I can just like adjust the volume while Godot is loading it. But I keep thinking of, there's like this random like comic on the internet where Charlie Brown has tripped over a rock and he says, I keep tripping over this rock. And then, oh, who was it? Like Lucy or something is just like, why don't you just move the rock? You know, because if I keep having issues where I'm adjusting the volume while the game is loading and then accidentally blow out my own eardrums because the game has now grabbed my mouse, why don't I just move the rock and like not do that? Or maybe even make it so the game doesn't grab your mouse. Like at the start. You know, add a main menu. Yeah, start the game paused, for example. Actually, that would be a smart idea. Start the game paused, but have like the day-night cycle loading things. But okay, I think the layout here makes more sense. Okay. So that's slightly improved. So now what I want is basically, we have like a cave here, which does something. Man, I should have like made this not horrible. In fact, I think I'm just going to delete this whole thing. I'm just going to make a new cave. It's going to be a cube. Let's look up like rock or something. Let's say sidewalk. Okay. That's fine. So this way I can like focus on just the shape of the actual like or the layout of the building. Actually, first off, let's get it started like that. There we go. Okay, first of all, get rid of this edge. In fact, we don't even need any of these edges, I don't think. Yeah, because we can just have the rocks and everything take care of this, make an airtight seal. And maybe, like, have some trees here to, like, create a veneer. I mean, I don't know why there'd be trees up here, but oh well. I'm getting too in the weeds, literally. Okay, so I'm thinking basic or there's like a little entry here, and then maybe you have to platform up, like this. Not too high, though, because this game does not have very extensive jumping. And then there might be, like, a way this way. And then, like, a way this way. And then maybe, like, faces like this. Yeah, I think once this is done, I'm actually excited to go back to At the Ends of Eras. I think, like, committing to, like, or being willing to admit, like, the game needs to be more platforming focused. Because, one of the things that helped crystallize it in my mind that I needed to do that was, my recent video about starting small, where I was like, you know, because one of the points of it is don't give yourself homework. But that's kind of what I've been doing with At the Ends of Eras, because I've been thinking, like, oh, I need to do, like, I need to have all of the story written before I go back into doing the gameplay stuff. But the reality is, I like doing the gameplay stuff. And if I'm, like, spending months and months doing things that I don't like doing, I'm gonna be tired and give up. But okay, so we have this up here. This seems more reasonable. Maybe there's, like, a super secret, like... This will be for marbles only. Oh wait, no, it can't go too high or else the player will be confused as to, like, what the hell is happening there. Well, I don't know, I guess it could go high. And actually, this might be the secret layer of one of the optional characters that I want. That actually will work pretty nicely. And I kind of want the ability to have doors that teleport you. Because right now, I have a lot of these long tunnels that are pretty boring. But yeah, also, this isn't going anywhere. Well, actually, this could be yet another secret tunnel. I'll think about that. But okay, so you can go up there if you have the orb mode unlocked. What is this? Oh, I see. I should do like probably just like this. Or like that. Engons, my beloved. Okay. Now this cave is a bit more, like, easy to parse. So you can basically get up here with some light platforming. And then I think there might also be, like, a secret, like, just to give the illusion of, like, a reason Mrs. Weston can't just immediately figure out where her husband is. Like, you know, maybe there's a secret tunnel down here that looks similar. And it'll just go to, like, I don't know, a waterfall, maybe? That could be cool. And we'll just have it go like this. Sounds like, ooh. And then the cool rock will be somewhere else. Also, I'm thinking, now I actually want bevels this way around. So that way we can have some more, hang on, dissolve this edge. A bit more, like, squared off. There we are. Okay, this is reasonably a thing. And then I'll need to figure out how to make the rocks, like, interesting here. Now let's swoop this around like this. Okay. I'm also thinking, how do I want to change the cave texture? I'll think about that later. Modeling first, texturing second. Oh. There we are. And then, cool rock. And in fact, we should probably not have him, like, readily visible from the edge there, I just realized. So we should do, like, bring this back in. Let's have these come up like this. Boom. So now, there's a more interesting path up there. And we can have him obscured partially. There we go. Okay. There we go. Let's have this be like right here. So it'll still be a little bit out of the way. Because I want it to also be, you still have to like think about how you're gonna take this photo. But okay, now come up here. Okay, and then if you're here, you can take the photo. That's reasonable, I'd say. And I think here we might also want some sort of man-made stuff like signs for the cave and things like that. That could be pretty cool. And then you have to like platform on the signs and stuff because, you know, this is your jump. But okay, let's make sure, because the main thing that I want to make sure is that you can't just like take a photo of him from down here. But okay, I think that's a fun starting point. And let's just prototype this out with CSGs. There we go. Oh yeah, did I talk about what I'm gonna do with the technology, or like the technology stuff in At the Ends of Eras? Because I did talk about how I wanted to like refocus on the platforming. But one of the other parts is that yesterday I started working on a custom engine, but I think what I'm really gonna do is make like engine agnostic code, basically, and use GD extensions. And then maybe eventually someday switch it to like a different engine as the back end. So yeah, the vision here that I want is to be able to jump up onto this, and then you like jump up here onto the sign. And then you can like jump up and around to like get up to there. And so I think that might be something like maybe some sort of like little wires that are going this way. Maybe they're like up here and then they come down this way. Okay, yeah, not also use this collision. Oh, right. Too steep. So what would this be exactly? But okay. So that's the extent of your, like, platforming challenge. And then you see Cool Rock. And then... Oh, yeah, Mr. Weston isn't here. Hang on. Let's just start a new game. Where is the player? Intro cutscene. Where is the player? So why am I here? Did I accidentally rotate the world again? I think I did. Or something like that. Hang on. The fact that the player is also... Hang on. I have to be really, really deliberate about this. There we go. Okay. So when we do the animation, where is the... So scene reset. Where is our grabber? Intro cutscene, grabber. Why is it over here? Is the world rotated again? No, the world is not rotated. Why is... Well, it's not that big a deal. Just put it where it should be. Okay, so we're going to very slowly. When we fall... I don't get it. What did I do? Did I have something... Oh, it's because the player used to be rotated. Yeah, the player was a physics body that was rotated 180 degrees, but now they aren't. But okay, so we need to preview this camera. Yeah, so that means that all of the 2D stuff is actually correct. Or like the XZ axis. I wish I could move this and also view the camera. Well, it's not that bad. Okay, that seems fine. And then we're gonna delete this. Also, we need the player standard body. Where's our world sprite? Just say standing. And also it doesn't do the processing properly. Oh, okay, we can't actually set that. Okay, good. So now, when we do fall, so we start there. Take your time, Godot. Actually, I have a good idea. What if I just lock all of this? Just make it unselectable. It's not unselectable. Hang on. Can we make things unselectable? But okay, now... Okay, good. Now I can't select this, which means that I can only select, like, entity... Okay, never mind. That was a waste of time. Why is this the thing that's grouped? This was the thing that I was clicking. God damn it. I hate my life. But okay, good. Now I can't click things that are just in the world. Let's see. Let's put this at position. I think we need higher. And then also let's do this like this. Wrong way. Okay, so now if we're here, if we play this. Okay. Home, show camera, sit, stand, where. Okay, good. So now if I start a new game, we should be in like the appropriate place. You land with a thud. But the player is not quite correct. Let's say when we fall, the player's emotion... Okay, the big question is, why is this now? Hang on. Do it again. You land with a thud. I want the player slightly more centered. Yes, we need to be a little bit more this way. Okay, that's the position we want. And then we go up to here. Let's just change the X and Z. Yeah, slightly different. And then scene reset will move us ever so slightly. Okay, you land with a thud. You've lost at least 7 IQ points from the head trauma, but you're 4, so it's not that important. If anything, being dumb makes you cuter. And you have other problems at the moment. Where are you? Who brought you here? How did you get home? That small glowing object surely holds the answer. And then I can't move for 2 seconds for no reason at all, literally no reason. It's completely incomprehensible as to why that happens. Because surely it's something to do with the cutscenes. So is it because scene... Oh, it's because scene reset. It's because it's a full second. That was the issue. Because we were basically locked in position until the animation was finished. I'm pretty sure. Land with a thud, blah, blah, blah. Boom. Okay, now we're free. Okay, so now what I need to do is go back. So all of that was basically just to make sure that when we go to the cave, Mr. Weston is not visible until we've done the platforming. I like these caves. I think the rocks, though, too dark. They need to be a less saturated color. But okay, we can see a cool rock. No Mr. Weston yet. See, I'm thinking, first of all, you should be able to just walk onto the rock. And then this should be flatter. And then this part here as well should probably be flat. Okay, and then... And you can also take a photo here. Boom. And now you can go back down. Oh, and I also need to make sure that that doesn't exist. Okay. So we're getting there. Okay, that looks good. Then let's just put some rocks. Make this place ADA accessible. And I'm thinking here instead of, well, let's have, can I make this single user? So like, Make single user. Oh yeah, not yet implemented. Make single user? I have a good idea. Okay, so that's our rock. Might actually be a bit too... Let's move it this way so it's a little bit easier to stand on. And then maybe we have, like, this side going like this. So that way, like, you can walk up this way. And then jump off of it onto something. So we'll have, like, a mesh cube. Something like this, maybe? So this will be our sign collision. And I think all of these should be children of the actual thing here. And also slightly make this easier to run up so we can actually like just push this back. Like this, perhaps. So that way we still need the ability to hide this a little bit more. Maybe like that. Boom. I kind of want... What if I actually just add a bevel modifier? A little too inorganic. What if we have it like be 2 meters or something? Now it's a little bit more there. Can we go even higher, or is this the highest? I think it's actually... Okay, it doesn't even go past like 1 meter, because probably there's some like... It basically can't do it if the geometry becomes like self-intersecting. So there's somewhere in here where it's capped at 1 meter. Probably right here, actually. I'd assume. Or somewhere like that. But oh well. Yeah, that makes this look a little nicer. And then also I'm going to add a decimate. So basically like where it matters the least. Oh wait, no. Collapse these. There we go. Now it's still a little bit easier to like edit this. Actually I did like this. So we wiggle our way up this thing. I'll have to make sure that I can still do that. And then I think what I can have is for now I'm just gonna put a thing here and then a thing like up here as like maybe like a kid's zip line or something. Actually, how do zip lines work? Probably a bit smarter than this, but I think basically there's like a thing here and then there's like a line between them, as you might imagine. And on that line, you zip between the two things. So we'll do cube, and then this will be zip folder collision. Okay. And then here, oh wait, not quite what I wanted. I wish it would snap the, like, hang on. Can I actually do that? If I did Shift S, can I do, like, selection to cursor keep offset? That's what I want. So yeah, this is our awesome little zip line. It'd probably be a bit higher than that. So that way the kids don't fucking hit their, like, heads. Actually, what if I just moved this a little bit? Kind of an action park situation here. And actually, we could do like this. This is a cool little town. I like this little weird little zip line thing. So I'm gonna keep that there actually, and then like let's have the sign like here. And then I'll figure out how to connect those together. Yeah, basically you will jump from here to here. In fact, just to make it easier, right now, delete this edge, not dissolve. Let's grid fill this. Oh wait, no, that's not what I want. There we go. This is what I want. Basically now, the player can jump from here to here. Should be pretty easy. Then they jump up onto this, balance on it, and then they can somehow get to here from there. That seems about right. Okay, so this is going to be zip line collision. Attached to that. Okay. And then maybe some sort of thing attached to this, like I'll have to figure out how to make this funny. But this will be like a med kit. So, okay, let's see if this does what I want it to do. And if not, I'll be bummed. Take your time, Godot. I still don't know why it's so slow. But okay. I am seeing these are higher. But that's okay. Oh wait. Also, Daddy-O is now exposed. Left vulnerable. Okay, so you can see him from... Okay. So you have to be up here, and you have to be relatively close to this corner. And I'm going to move my mic a little bit closer. Okay, but you can see the cool rock from down here, and that, I think, is a good thing. And I think I could alternatively have the player take a photo of the zip line and him. Okay. But now we can jump up to here. Almost get to here. I'll just need to, like, boost that a little bit. Let's put in another CSG box. Not there, because all of these, anything that's a child of any node here gets deleted automatically. I've noticed, like, anytime anything happens to anything. Jeez Louise, hang on. Yeah, undo that. And also, everything always, like... whatever. Everything always, like, opens up in the UI, so it's very hard for me to see anything. But okay, enough complaining. We need this to be slightly easier. So let's just test it with, like, this here, perhaps. Oh, right. We need collision. Oh, well, now I've just fucking... Now I can just do it. But okay. I think we get this, bring this just back a little bit, like that. And then we can jump to here. We can't quite jump to this, though. So if this were higher... Okay, we could jump to it if it were a little higher. Okay, and then we can get up to here, and we get that, and we get this stuff. And then there's, like, mysterious things up there. Ooh, the player will have to figure that out. And then there should also be, as I mentioned, a little waterfall down here. And a cute little pond or something. Let's make that. Maybe. Take your time, Godot. Okay, while it does that... Now the question will be, where does this water go? And also we'll have to make sure that, like, this feels like it makes sense. What I can do is have just, like, an interior waterfall as if there's some sort of cave here. And actually, I kind of would like a big mountain off in the distance. Or maybe just mountains in general, just surrounding us. I'll think on that. But okay, let's put in plain. And this will basically just be the river texture. No, actually, I could do some neat stuff. Also, I'm going to do that. There we are. Let's have it go like... There we are. Hang on. I need to... Okay. We'll have something like this. We'll have a little rock pillar here. Let's add that now. Okay, so this needs our material, river material. Do we have a water material? I'll just do... Oh, yeah, okay, we do. Good. Project environment textures, water. There we are. So yeah, we can see that here, and it goes from white to blue, kind of. So I'll have to figure out how to make sure that this texture looks good. Okay. Actually, we need this to go the opposite direction like that. There we go. Let's make this smooth. Boom. Perfect. Also, we need, what do we need? Something with culling. It's always in the wrong place. Because it's not under surface, I don't think. Isn't it under, like, transparency or something? Okay, it is under surface. It's a checkbox, though. Okay, that's very... I really don't like how Blender organizes things a lot of the times. But okay. For now, let's bring some stuff up. We are... Okay. So this will be... I guess neither of these need to have a plane attached because they'll be used for something else. Okay. This will be like cave pond, cave waterfall, UV, yeah, UVs. I guess we'll do... Oh, wait, no. We need much taller. Okay, like that. And then I think this is going the correct way, because we have the splotch, then this, then splotch, then this. So now, we can follow active quads. Oh, wait. But this actually fails us, because this needs to be rotated 90 degrees. Okay, test it out. Okay, water. River. Where is the material for the river? Okay. Wait, and actually, I kind of will want, yeah, let's get this river, or this water here. Cave waterfall, there we go. Okay. So now what I want is basically to get all of this and scale the wide down a little bit. Because, yeah, I want it to move faster. Take your time, kiddo. Faster. Okay, that's a little bit better. I suppose I shouldn't have made the water face directly away from the player. Kind of a dumb decision there. What I'll do is I'll just grab this whole thing here. Do this. Wait, actually. I'm keeping all of these attached to this, so that way I can just move this around. Oh wait, no, this doesn't actually fix anything. Because what I wanted was this to change. Hang on. Unstupidify myself. Okay, because yeah, I like this. And then what we can do is we can have basically this whole section here tilt around. I'll figure it out. Okay, boom. This here, up like this. What if I bevel this like that? There we go. That looks a little nicer. We can do a similar thing right here. I'll ignore that for now. But okay. Now this looks a bit more interesting from here. We see that, and it's beautiful. Ta-da! And then, I don't know what we'll have in here. Some sort of cave frog. And cave plants. And other sorts of cool things. Oh wait, I completely missed chat. I'm unaware of the context of the question. Yeah, let's go back into here and let's get what do I want for the main water? Oh wait. Oh, okay. Right, because I'm doing exteriors of houses as well as all this layout stuff. Welcome back, by the way. Yeah, because I had forgotten that I still needed to finish the layout of this cave first. So let's make this... For now, this is just going to be... blue. Interesting that it has... Oh, wait, hang on. First of all... this. Rock. Pillar. Collision. So why does this... So I can't click this. Take your time, kiddo. Okay, Yeah, I can't. Oh, is it because I've locked these? Maybe. Wait, but then why am I allowed to create a standard material but not edited? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, well, first of all, oh, it's not even locked. It's literally just fucking with me. Very interesting, Godot. You know, I'll just put grass here then. That doesn't work either. Huh? Oh, it's because no, I don't understand it. So can I put an albedo here? I can't change this? I can't change anything? I can change where it is? Okay, so that does work. It's just that this is inexplicably white. Okay, let's let it take 15 more minutes to do this. So that didn't fix the pond either. Oh, but it did remove... Oh, no, it didn't. What does this mean? Okay, put river here for now. Because we will actually need, now that I'm thinking about it... Oh wait, actually, how is the river organized here? Okay, this is here. Let's do another collision shape. So I'll basically use this to kill the player if they dare dive into this water. So this will be like pond shape. We need this to be right there. Okay, that's good enough. And that means I should have a similar, like, because I have an audio stream. So this is rolling water. Now let's call this audio still. Where is it? Okay. So this water will be here. With this thing here. And this will be... Unit size will be like 1. -6 maybe? So that way we have some soundscapes here as well. And then eventually I'll change this to like a new... So could I do new standard material? And we can't edit any parameters of this because it's godless. Alright, I made the mistake of doing that again. Oh well. But okay, now the cave has some interesting structure to it. So let's at least look at that. Oh. Oh, right. This one does not need this. Okay, and then if you jump in, you die. Which admittedly now is kind of a harsh punishment for that little pond. Well, I guess there's not really anything that you'd need to do in there anyway. But okay, now, see these little rocks. You can jump on them. And then eventually, there'll be stuff here. But this is a pretty good layout for this little cave. Oh yeah, I forgot. I need to, like, figure out if this is a good place. Not looking too good. Because it's very hard to, like, not overshoot and not undershoot. How is it so hard? Wow, that's impossible. I don't even know how that's even... I don't even know how it's possible for the platforming to feel that bad. Hang on, I think part of it is that I need to make this higher. So let's do, like, that. So that way there's a place to just catch you. Because I also do want a joke here where there's, like, an excessively long warning. Take your time, Godot. Okay, there we go. And now, you can just walk up to here. Though there is the issue of several things, actually. One is that I don't like how hard it is to step up onto this thing. Yeah, that'll be quite challenging, actually. Oh, wait. We need now... I guess that's fine. I'll just make the cool rock bigger. But okay, and then there's something up there, which will be extra content once you've unlocked orb mode. Actually, I should make sure that that works. So let's do, like, player orb. Is my... Okay, this is working. Alright, I should have exited orb. Why is it... Hang on. I cannot exit orb mode now. So if orb toggle, if is orb, project settings, input map, orb, toggle, this should be being pressed. If event is this, that, camera... Oh, if inventory has camera. None of these are happening because this happens first. There we go. And now we can't do that because we're no longer orb. But okay. Now what I can do is here we do orb. So then we're going to go up. There we go. And then we can come up here, and then there'll be a secret NPC up here. And then we come back down. It's a Metroidvania now. Platforming is pretty jank. Well, yeah, I don't like how there's no visual indication for when you're sliding. I'll have to figure out. The problem is, drawing a 2D character is way easier than modeling a 3D character, but animating a 2D character is hell. Let's see, without stretching or squishing it. I guess not really. Because there's not too much actual stretching on the orb mode. Because basically, if we go to orb, this is what the texture looks like. Oh, I can't zoom in very closely on it. But it's surprisingly... Well, I guess it is distorted. But basically, the primary way it's distorted is by cutting triangles out of the top and the bottom of it. Though it does actually get bigger in the center. Let's make this so this zip line should have backface collision. And let's also have... Well, I'll figure out what the texture is for that later. Okay, so this is all okay. I don't like how this here is structured. So let's actually put just another, like, cube here, like... Basically, like, utilize some stair-stepping technology. Oh, okay. Yeah, that'd be good for... Or that's a good application of, like, a seamless sphere. Making nice skyboxes. Let's call this, rock steps collision. Let's try this again with this. Wait, actually, this should probably be smooth. There we go. But you can map a texture that has intrinsic curvature. Interesting. And okay, this is much better. Because now there's still a little bit of jank right here. But you can just walk around. Well, I can just fix the jank. Because we can just have this whole thing here tilted a little bit like this. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, it catches a little bit right here. And I just realized I have the power to change that. by just like making this good. Like that, perhaps. And then we can have this come out a bit more, maybe like this. A sinusoidal projection and do nonlinear texture sampling. Interesting. If I'm making skyboxes in the near future, I could look into that. Because yeah, right now I use just a simple gradient for the top and bottom of the sphere. Oh, something broke. I was just holding... Oh, I was holding control... Or... Okay. My keyboard is still, like, breaking. And I think it is genuinely, like, the keyboard drivers rather than the keyboard itself. Because it's happened with multiple keyboards. Where, like, Windows will think that I'm holding the button. Oh, wait, hang on. This saved. This take 25 minutes to import. What I'd really like is the ability to hot reload assets without taking 25 minutes. Or, like, without having to start and stop the entire game. But okay, let's see how this feels. It feels worse. Because this right here catches. So I think what I can do is I can just move the stairs to match that. Like put them over here, so that way the player's naturally inclined to walk this way. And then also figure out why that's so bad. Okay, so now the stairs sort of encourage you to go this way, and then you can go up here, and then you can jump here. And it is still a bit challenging, especially for how little platforming you need to do in the game. I'm like slurring my words. Yeah, it's not too bad. Well, I'll have to get people to play test. Because yeah, it might actually be really bad. Oh, interesting. Nonlinear sampling means no bilinear filtering. Okay. Pretty cool. Mm-hmm. That's an interesting project. I guess I could just make this sign thicker. Yeah, that is pretty cool. Okay, so you don't have to do the sinusoidal projection on the, like, texture that's, like, the source. I was wondering if that was, like, how it worked. Okay, that is quite cool. But okay, I think that is done for now. So I think that is that was Visuals, Layouts, Cave. And now what I need to do is need to figure out the Wright's house. Hang on, I'm gonna tune the volume slightly. The opposite way. Okay, so how do we make this big fancy house seem big and fancy? Spooky Manor. Spooky Gate. Okay, I'm seeing pillars, I'm seeing arches, I'm seeing ornamentation. Those are all good things. We could have trees that are all spooky and twisted and fucked up. So we could, like, delete this tree, perhaps. Or maybe have trees, like, that are normal. Oh, excuse me, over here. And actually, how would we make it so that... What would I do? Oh, okay. For noise, you can just ignore the skew. Okay. Let's add a path. Mesh plane. What I'm thinking of doing is first of all creating stairs. So if they're 0.15, what do I want here? Oh, these are 0.3 wide. Okay. Let's do Bezier. Okay. Object, and this will be like path delete, and this will be W yard stairs collision. Okay. And so I think what I can do now is I'm going to try to make it so that this... I think what I would do first is generate an array. And then we would count, we would do like a fit curve. This curve. Wait, so... Hang on. Ah, well, okay. Now what I want to do is I want to add a curve modifier to this. So I guess deform curve, our curve. Deform axis X, I guess. Oh, and then we have to have this curve have its special properties. So like Z up. Oh, and also we should merge these merge these things. So now the interesting thing is the fact that these actually need to go upward. Actually, this actually worked out really well. This worked out much better than I thought it would. The only thing now is that it's kind of strange how you have to deform it, because it's not, the stairs aren't following the curve itself. They're following the the relative deformation, since the stairs are already going down. Now the only thing that I want to figure out is how would I make the solid geometry around these? Oh, I see. We need this. Like that. There we go. I guess the main thing as well. Position this where it actually makes sense. Oh wait. There we go. Actually, what is the rotation of this thing? Let's do 30 then. Because what does 150 look like here? I'll just eyeball it. Non-destructive geometry editing tools in Godot. That's a cool idea. I've been trying to do a similar thing with terrain editing, like height maps. Because I want it to be basically you can like drag around pieces of the terrain and they like deform each other successfully. Let's see, I want this to be... Where would I want this to go? Maybe like this. Actually, what if we change this back? Let's get this y-axis here to be like 0. This is x? Curvature map tool. So you can do height map like things, but without the single axis restriction. Oh yeah. That would be good. Yeah, because it can be quite difficult to make good looking terrain without at least a little bit of stretching in some other, like in the other axes. That's why, for example, in my own game, I wound up suffering with the consequences of using meshes for all the terrain rather than height maps. So I think now what this is... Now maybe it works? Or 30? Negative 30? How is this still... Oh, 60 is what I need. Okay, because then it connects here at a, like, parallel axis. And I can figure out how to, like, connect all that together there. And I think actually we need, like, SX. Like that. Let's do 0.25 here as well. Yeah. Okay, let's start with a perfectly straight staircase. Okay, so this is almost right. And then what I'll do... Let's move it like this. I think that's about right. And then here I'm seeing maybe just go down a little bit like that. Fancy. Then we'll have this like this. And I'll figure out some way of solidifying these. Maybe adding like a vertex modifier, or adding these to like a vertex group. So this would be like extrude. And we could do some sort of thing where we select those vertices, then extrude down. You could probably do second order height maps, which might be good enough for most things. Yeah. Yeah, because I know Halo Wars also had, I'm not sure if second order height maps are the same term that they were using. Because they had height maps that were basically, instead of just the one axis, it was a full 3-axis, like, texture. And then they would deform the mesh based on that. And actually, I'm curious now if there'd be optimizations for the collision with that. I'm sure there would be. But alright, let's go to wherever I'm going to, the opposite end of the world. Oh wait, I haven't actually taken the photos of these, and then I haven't... Do I have... Okay, I do have Mr. Weston's photographs. Okay. Then we can do that. So now we can go out this way. There we go. Actually, also, while I'm thinking about it, some dialogue that I need is, so the scientist, let's just create a task. Scientist, showing photo of cones to scientist. He just tells you to use the tunnels. Because basically, once you've been over here once, the barrier disappears. And so these cones don't seem so powerful anymore. So when you make one height map to define a rough landscape, but then the shape is dynamically remeshed to account for stretching, and another height map is used for displacements relative to the normal direction of the first one. Oh, okay. That's an interesting solution. I think I could do with, like, stairs that were, like, half this length. Or half this height, I'd say. In fact, I can just do that right now. By just doing, S Shift X. No, Shift Y. 0.5. Now that is a stairway to heaven. Actually, I still need to figure out where the fence is going to be, though. But okay. So now we have It's still a little jittery, simply by virtue of being a lot of stairs. Why is... So these ones, like... I guess it's just because I'm not on these for very long. Interesting. But also one thing I'm going to do here is, I think this whole thing should just be a separate mesh, because I'm seeing that it doesn't quite align nicely. So this is now going to be freeze collision. Parented to the grass collision. So that way we don't have the seams that are as obvious. And then what I'm going to do pretty soon, I think, or what I'd like to do, is have all of the grass be, what am I trying to say? Have the grass come above the road. You know, because right now, it's very annoying. Actually, how does this? Oh, okay, I see. These are all children like that. Okay. Curvature makes things complicated. Yeah. Oh yeah, now we need this to have its trees again. Forest? Forest material, that's what we need. Actually, no, we put that there for reasons, I guess. And now this does not need that. And this does not need that. So yeah, now I can, like, do whatever I want with this terrain, completely independent of the trees. So we could even have things like that right there. Clear, sharp, clear seam. And actually, I just realized... Oh, okay. These do have the correct back panes. Okay. So I think one of my orders of business will be that I actually want 2 paths here, because there's going to be a little landing for the gate to this place. And I believe the gate will be right here. Generate mirror. You know, so like right here, there'll be a gate to their fenced off beautiful property. And I think actually I do want this to be a little bit bigger if it's not going to be substantially improved. 1.5, there we go. So it matches this a little bit better. So can we do like a subdivide? And then can I attach, let's do splits, curve split. So now we have, okay, it got the wrong segment because we need this one here. I guess this instead? Okay, yeah. And also I want 2 there, and then we can do like origin to, no, yeah, there we go, okay. Okay, this one, oh wait, there we go. This will have a different array. Delete 01. Delete 01. Object. Object keep transform. And then here. There we go. So now what I can do is I can bring this down. So we now have the ability to like have 2 of these. Then we can bring this down ever so slightly. Okay. Oh, I see. There's an issue here where our, there's a lot of space between the top and the bottom of this. So if we came down like here, what if I even delete this vertex? I'm using a an array modifier that has the path. So it basically fits the curve and then it goes 1x over and then -1z, so down. And then a curve modifier. And the interesting quirk of this is the fact that like the stairs go down even though the curve goes this way. So the curve only slightly stretches it rather than exactly following along with our staircase. But okay, I think if we put these here, I'm trying to figure out where would these go such that they're not like... What I need is a texture here, actually. I just realized I have the power to do that. So this would be test. No, what would this be? Textures, grass. And then, UV. Triplanar? Let's just unwrap this angle base. Good enough. Yeah. Okay, now I can actually see a little bit better, like, the actual physical geometry of this. But also I'm going to do material here, max roughness. Okay, nearest. But I need to use the bathroom, so I will be back in a couple minutes. Oh, right, my image died. Enjoy the Christmas one. back into it. Okay, so I need to figure out how I want to position this. So I want this to be relatively level here, which means that I kind of need this part to go down a little faster. Oh, I did not realize that all of the geometry was being skewed. I mean, that makes sense. That's how the curve is designed. How would I fix that? Because basically what I want instead is, I want this top of the stairs to be level. And I want this part to go down to match the next part. Which would mean that I'd probably need to do that. True, I could just change this stair segment, actually. Because this does actually need to just go down faster. So if it's just like that, and then we have these, like, let's move this. So we could just make them a little bit more... Okay. Now we're gonna have a... Actually, let's make this a plane. And I'll add a solidifier to this. It'll be like 1 meter. Mirror. There we go. So now we can go like this. And we can see our beautiful little landing here. Let's have this do 55? No, 65. Yeah, that feels like it's about right. Okay. So now it's still a little bit above the stairs, but that's okay because I've like deliberately intended to do that now. And now what I'd really like is the ability to what would I like? Oh yeah, extruding these downward, so that way I can, like, I don't have to apply the modifier. Alright, hang on. But for this one, I will apply this. There we go. So now we have a funky little thing. Yeah, weird little path. Oh, wait, actually. Okay, now it makes sense. Fancy. And this will be landing, collision, and then like gate, landing, collision. Or W gate collision. And this is parented to this, probably, like that. And this also parented to that. There we go. Yeah, then what I want is generate with a geometry. Oh, we just have geometry nodes at the top here. This will be like stair, extrude. Select. Group, maybe? Group input. Oh, wait. So how do I set which group is required here? Because we have new group. Then we have five different, or four different things called group input. So there's group input. There's input group input, group outputs. Edit group, maybe? No. Edges. Yeah, I'm not sure what I want here. I basically want to, let's just look up Blender geometry node edits or vertices of group. Attributes can no longer be accessed directly using the name of the attribute. Instead, attributes are stored in fields. Okay. Which use diamond shapes. So I guess I could do an input. This will be vertex group. And then type. Huh. You can connect the field to the group input node. Hang on. I have an idea. Okay. And this will be our extruded. Face point extrude. Okay. And this should be edges. It's getting closer. First thing we do it from there first of all. Other question is, how do I make it so that it's only edges? Yeah, because I want these two to not be there, but I think the only way that I can do that is by having like something here and then Yeah, I need something like vertex groups, but only for edges. I guess I could do... Hang on. I could do something. Mark sharp. And then what we do instead is we would do sharp edge when we go to here. There we go. Aha. And then what we're going to do is offset will be vector. Let's do like -1. Okay. Now we got it. And then what I want to do is I want to merge by distance. Boom. Ta-da. That means, so if we had these down here, it'd be a bit messier. Well, not really that bad. But okay. Now I have the power to extrude these bad boys. And so let's do the same, let's give this the same treatment. And now I wish I just had, well, I guess I don't really need railings here. We're not made of money. But okay, now let's look at this. So we now have stairs, W yard stairs, gate landing, gate, landing. Let's start with concrete. That makes my life easier. Mm-hmm. Yep, they're old-fashioned. They don't believe in accessibility. Because also the main feature of their house is this spiral staircase. But okay, this feels fancy. Admittedly, it does kind of mess up the play. It's like it really pushes the player's movement tech to the max. Or this, like, this slope correction stair thing that I have going on. Oh, wait. What is that? Oh, it's a little gap between the stairs. Okay, that's easy to fix. Just get this. Bring it out a little bit more. Yeah, I missed that completely. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Kitty's little legs can take her much faster than the player may realize. But okay, this now feels like a big imposing staircase. And we have like 2 porches basically. Yeah, ironically, this may be one of the few stairs where I actually want to have, the what have you, like, to create a slope rather than having the stairs have the collision, because it's too many stairs. And the player's, like, bouncing all over the place on them. Do I want the fence here? Where would the fence be, even? How much of this would it fence off? Yeah. That's another thing. Make the camera, like, not follow the player so, like, harshly. Okay, let's have this be there. Plane. So this will now be fence, W fence, collision. There we go. Let's flip that so I can actually, like, edit it from this side. Okay. This down a little bit more, and then this down a little bit more, actually. Yeah, that's good enough. Yeah, I think that is a good idea of to, like, probably prioritize softening the camera next. Because I think this is good enough as, like, a preliminary gesture toward their house. Alright, as soon as I, like, let's reset this. Where am I? Oh, UV editor is what I need. Okay. Where's our fence? Where am I? Okay. That seems about right. There we go. Okay, that seems right. Follow active quads. Does this have the correct thing? Yeah, it does. Okay, good. I'm getting a lot of mileage out of this fence material. Okay. So this will collide with the player, but not the camera, and it will be back face collision. And fence metal. Oh, wait. Boom. Okay. And for now, I can ignore this part as well. Or, like, adding, like, a nice gate. Yeah, eventually they need more spooky stuff. Dead grass and things like that. But okay, let's say instead, for now, I'll just have visuals layouts. I think that's the layouts. And I won't add any more buildings here for the time being. They'll just have to, like, park on the street or something. Where would they park, actually? I'll leave it as an exercise for the reader. And eventually, I could also do, like, I'd like to have, like, little pillars like these dotting around the landscape. But for now... Well, actually, yeah, I'm going to do that now. Basically, I'm going to remove our mirror modifier, center, let's do like dissolve these edges. There we go. Hmm. Okay. Do I want to bother aligning these a bit better? Not really. Actually, now that I've done the work of this, these are also way too frequent. Let's do, like, that. So that way I can, like, get away with doing less work. Okay. Is it 12? Yeah. Okay. Seems good. Actually, I just had a great idea. I'm becoming extremely powerful. Oh wait, I just realized that a lot of these aren't properly duplicated. Oh wait, no, just this one. Oh wait, this is also not aligned with the ground. There we go. Phew, okay. So I'm going to call this a good enough front yard. We'll just need these little posts. There we go. Make sure this all works correctly so that we can see Linda, for example. Linda's up there. Okay. And yeah, now what I'll do is go to the camera, or no, player. The camera is not a separate thing yet. And commit fix or like finished laying or layout for the cave and Wright yard. Push that, and we will also figure out how I want the player's camera to work. Oh wait, the camera, it's here. So where is that done? It should be like camera dot transform. Okay, we get the global position here. So let's do like a var diff equals rig dot global, no, body global position minus rig dot global position. And so we'll have some sort of maximum and minimum amount, I think. I guess we could do this. Because we'll actually wind up having rig dot global position equals body dot global position plus diff. And the reason I'm doing it this way is because I want to have a curve. So it's going to be basically like times factor var factor equals 1.0. So basically, let's say we have our camera this will be 0. No, wait. This will be 0. This will be 1. So basically, how much we want to move based on where we are relative to the camera. And I think it should be something like this. For some distance x. So how do we mimic a sinusoidal function? Or one of these, like, logistics curves. Simple curve. Sigmoid function, yeah. Do I want to do a bunch of e to the power of stuff? Well, I guess it's not too bad. Yeah, I suppose it's probably going to be the easiest to design. Let's try this one. So basically we'll have some like, so this is going to be var x equals diff.length. And so factor equals x divided by square root of 1 plus x times x. And then we'd have that there, and then this length, let's divide it by 10 for now. Let's see how this looks. So basically it should be, if we move a little bit, the camera doesn't move very much. Oh, I see. It does have some issues though. Such as, seems like it takes a bit to get up to 1. Oh, I think I'm seeing the opposite issue actually, where it's closer to 1 at 0. Hang on, I need to figure this out. I should have actually, like... Let's get, like, a graphing calculator. An ease global scope. Interesting. I guess I can look into those. Ease. Returns an eased value of x based on an easing function defined with curve. Okay, I assume this is, Oh, interesting. Okay, so this does exactly what I'd want it to do. Because, yeah, I'd want an ease in out. Yeah, let's do that. So we're just going to have like an ease x camera ease curve. Let's call it this. And that'll be export var. No, exports ease in out. Oh no. Okay. Oh wait. But how do we get the in out curve here? Oh, because these are negative. Wait. I don't get it. Hang on. So we can go negative? Okay, okay, good. Okay, so I think I'd want something like this. Well, yeah. Okay, now I get it. I think my main thing now is to try to figure out let's actually just get the length here. So my main question is, why is this number low? Because this should be 1. Okay. Oh, because I'm doing this wrong. Because now it actually does need to be the rig plus diff times factor. Because I was originally thinking of going from 0 to 1 as it goes higher. Okay, so this factor should be 1. Okay, there we go. Now it's doing what I want. And so now we can see it's a little less intense. So I think the main thing that I want to do is now just fiddle with this a little bit. Let's do, for example, maybe like that. Actually, I guess I kind of like the shape of the curve. We also need another thing, which is, what if we divided this by 2? So I think we need 2 different, like, constant variables. Okay, so that's not quite what I want. I want multiplied by 2. Because I want it to be basically the same, like, sigmoid function, but, like, tighter radius around the player. There we go. So now let's see, does the camera jitter? It does jitter a bit. Do like 1.5 and also maybe a bit more aggressive on the ease function. I think the main issue that I'm seeing now is that I've done something to the player's movement horizontally. Oh, is this because this look function is in the process? No, it's in physics process. Maybe the camera isn't synced to physics? How does this need to work actually? Because now we're seeing this weird behavior. So yeah, let's ease that back to like there. Okay, something about going too high in the easing function. Yeah. Strange behavior. But actually, I think I can also have a separate easing function for the y-axis, which would make sense, because, like... Yeah, actually, I will have that. I'll have, bar d equals... Or let's say dh equals diff dot... 3 diff x 0 diff dot z. Okay, and then var dy equals diff dot y. And so we can have this have like that, and then we can have this do something else. Like maybe divided by 1.5. And then we're going to have this do camera vertical ease curve. So this needs to be a bit more linear. So factor, let's say h factor will be ease dh, and then var y factor ease by ease vertical curve, and then this will be diff, oh no, you know, this is just going to be 0 diff 0. Because what we'll do is dy times y factor plus dh times h factor. So now we can like have 2 different variables here. 3? Oh wait, no. Oh, I see. Because this needs to be like length. There we go. Okay, so now hopefully, basically I need this to be higher like that. So basically the Y will allow the player more movement and the X-axis will not. So that means the player can now jump without the camera doing things like that. Boom. And then you can move around like this. And it moves around pretty smoothly. And I think the main thing is I think it's a little bit too lackadaisical. Yeah, we might need to set this. Maybe just have this do that. So we have like that more constricted radius. Then here. Okay. I actually would kind of like... What if we did... No, this is the exact opposite of what I was intending. But then again... It does kind of look better. Because now we have less aggressive shaking. Though we do still have a bit of shaking. Yeah, I think the main thing will be maybe making the actual, like... Yeah, maybe I still need the stairs to work a little bit different. Yeah. The main thing is now the, like, stair compensation code. Or the, my, like, floor pushing code. Needs to be a bit smoother, I think. So yeah, let's go to the player's, let's go to the standard body. So that should be probably the P, I, and D. I think this could be like 20. And then it'll probably be smoother. That smooths out a little bit. Let's do like 5. This may also be a thing where it's kind of like not really within my power to, or it's just simply not like a physically modelable thing. Yeah, especially on slopes, it'll work well. Yeah, I think it's just, yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll just make a note to change these stairs collision to be a slope, which will be kind of annoying because I'll have to figure out how to actually like make that work. Well, I guess, what if I just grabbed this? Did like that. And then I'm thinking, apply that there. So we have like this now. So this could be the stair collision. This could be just stairs. And actually, I may want to do... a little bit like this. Does that... Okay, so that still attaches correctly. Oh, wait, hang on. Did I just... Oh, I see. Mark Sharp. Selection. So first thing I need to do here So our stair extrude needs to have a sharp edge. There we go. And then we have the same thing here. Sharp edge. Okay. And then here we'll also do the same thing. No collision. Okay. Because, yeah, the main reason I have this little system... Oh, wait. Oh, I see. Something has happened. And this should have only? Collision only there. Okay. And actually, are these, like, correctly aligned? Because they should be. I guess maybe these ones... No, these look correct. Oh, but this one. Oh, I didn't have any faces. Okay. That was the issue with that one. Yeah, basically what I was going to say is my whole shape casting physics system is mostly just so that I can get away with, like, the occasional bit of, like, geometry that's not flush. So trying to use it for, like, an enormous staircase was probably just reaching too far for it. Because it still works fine with, like, little staircases. And, like, things like this curb. It smoothly, like, attaches, or it smoothly jumps over and it looks pretty good. And now with this, we get a little bit more... Actually, well, yeah. Yeah, now it looks perfect. I mean, except for the fact that, like, Kitty, you can see pretty clearly she's not standing on the stairs, but such is life. If the player wants to stand on the stairs, they can stand on these stairs. Because, yeah, you can see how, for, like, just a few stairs, it works perfectly. Or at least well enough that I don't bother with it. But yeah, here, just too many stairs. And I can also adjust these a little bit better. Well, they're okay. But okay, enough fiddling with that. I should figure out what I'm gonna do otherwise. Let's say that's gonna be... Oh, I've done something. Uh-oh. Hopefully nothing important. Hopefully nothing in the blend file. Oh, I see. Diff, camera, game, NPT. What? Why would this even be an issue? I can just get both of them. Hang on. Also, I have more, like, incomprehensible notes here. So it's like I add two things that are clearly not in the same place and gets like, I can't figure it out. Boom, both of them. Okay. Fixed, or like, let's say improved camera tracking and stairs. Boom. Perfect. Okay, let's do the windows now. I'm thinking with all of these... Do I have a noise? Noise. Let's just make a noise then. Take your time, Krita. Did it ever, like, open? Is it, like, in the background somewhere? Yeah, okay, there it is. It's incredible how people make software that is so slow. Okay, filter, adjust. So basically all I'm going to be doing... Oh wait, we don't even need the multiply here. Because what I'm going to do instead is like... adjust hue saturation. I think very little saturation here. We also need this to be pretty light. Basically just a very subtle thing. Yeah. Okay. So here is our environment, textures, noise, PNG. Yeah, I just bought a new hard drive at a Best Buy yesterday. Welcome back. Yeah, so it's going to be let's do... I guess not triplanar 3. So what material do I want for here? I guess concrete. That's a good one to mimic. So let's do make unique. And we will save as window or noise material. It's actually kind of too much noise, maybe. Well, I'll think on it. Okay, so let's make another, let's save this as Wright noise, so like let's say trim. And the difference is going to be much darker. And we'll have a similar thing for this one. There we are. And I think soon I'll have to contact like a data recovery service as well for my my what have you. Okay, so this is ornaments, inner frame, door. So I think that's all I need. Then we go up to, I think we don't need this. Trim. There we go. Yeah, I'll get some data recovery to try to figure out how to, like... Well, I don't even know what I actually want off of the other drive. I guess all of my footage. Because otherwise I'd have to download all of them from YouTube, which would be, like, probably, like, weeks of work. See this door here. What do we want for this? I think... This door we would also want... Wait, where is the body? Oh, this is the body. No, it's not. Wait, what is the body here? This isn't... That's just not... That just wasn't the material that it was supposed to be. Oh well. Yeah, it's mostly for archival purposes. See, do I want this material to be lighter? I think I'll leave it as it is for now. And then we can have, like, gold somewhere. Or, like, brass. And now you can... Now they're getting the vibe with this. You can see they're spooky and dastardly with their dark trim. Wait, I don't need to go into the game to see this. Oh, well. It's not even applied. What? Oh, because I just did the doors. Wait, no. Huh? No, this is nonsense. Because, like, these windows here, if we check this window, window narrow, did I just forget these? I guess I did. Okay. There we are. Okay. Now we got some dastardly materials here. And then I think the next thing would be getting... I mean, I guess we can just put the... like, on the roof here. Oh, whoops. I wish these, like, thumbnails actually indicated at all what this trim was for. But okay. So we have these floors. W floor. I still don't really need to get up here, but... Yeah, we're starting to get closer. I would also like the trim on the edges here. I'm pretty sure. I like the dark doors. So yeah, what would we want for the interior of this house? I guess I don't need to worry about that too much right now. I'm gonna make, like, similar level, or like a similar level of quality for everybody first. Yeah, that's okay for now. Okay, so for this house, we would want, I'm assuming, a just plain white trim. So we can just go to these windows here. Probably just basically all of these windows that are like generic exterior. Yeah, and then I'll just add a little bit of texture to it. Actually, how many? 9, 10, 11. Okay, so I made like 18 windows. Okay. Noise. And some of these will need custom materials as well. And I guess also I should double check that the window is actually, or that the hard drive is actually busted. Because I did read that sometimes it won't respond, like, because I was able to see the error codes on Linux. And it seems like sometimes that's because it's completely corrupted, and sometimes that's because it doesn't have enough power because it's through like a surge protector, which I was using. So I need to also, like, now that it's cooled off all the way, make sure that it wasn't just the surge protector. Okay, what color would I want this duplex? I guess this off-white is fine. We should also do that for all the doors then. Or at least on the duplex. Yeah, because it might be that maybe, like, there was some weird power draw issue caused by, the game doing evil things. And then for whatever reason, I don't know, it just hasn't, like, reset. Or it needs, like, some correct power configuration to reset that it's not getting. I doubt it, but that could be an option. Or it could be a possibility. Okay, close other tabs. So are all of these windows correct? Not this one. Because these are custom windows. Door int 1. So here, for example, is a good place, or a good example of, like, I would like each of these to have a custom material. Also, I'm going to make this probably a little bit, let's go to sampling. Or, UVs? Maybe that's better? Maybe like 0.75. Also, I'm seeing... Oh, I can pause the loading screen? Interesting. Okay, there we are. Yeah, the noise texture is perhaps a little bit too obvious. Let's make it, let's just sort of like, erase here. What's happening? Why is this not, like, doing anything? Okay, there we go. Now what I want is very low opacity. And I want to slowly, like, remove some of the noise. Without being too much about it. Actually, what if we did, like, replace the noise with just a smooth gray here? So that way it's, like, very subtle. That feels a bit better. Okay, that feels fine. So yeah, pretty soon doors will need their own, like, custom textures. Actually... Okay, I guess that's fine. Basically, you can see how the player kind of, like, depresses into place, like, slowly floats into place. I think I should... Hang on, let's go back to the player. Go back to standard body. Bring this back up to 15 or so. Because we went from 40 to what we were doing. Yeah, because now that we have all the other camera stuff... So, like, for example, these stairs... The camera doesn't really jitter at all as we go up them. Oh, I'm seeing what I'm missing. I need shape to the doors. Because, yeah, they're not going to be all flat like this. They're going to have little detents and things like that. Wait, did I get these balcony doors? Yeah, I did. Oh, right, we don't even have the side of the, of this thing. Like, the textures for this. What would those be? Okay, so window, 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 let's get concrete. Well, no. Let's do noise, but I'm gonna do a unique noise. 11.7 noise, metal. And there we are. And then roughness, slightly less rough. Well, when we have... Oh, I see. That's what I need. Okay. Now that's okay. And what I want for these tops here, I think anytime I don't care about something, I'm probably just going to do like a concrete. You know, if we could just have this like that. Boom. These things. Let's do make unique. Because I'm thinking yellow for these guys. Maybe a yellowish orange. Yeah, okay. The pillars could be like trim metal. Boom, ta-da. I think what I could do is I could just have like custom frame material, custom, so like for doors here, decor generic door. And what we'd have is export var custom door material 3D export var custom frame material. I think this would be a tool. And what we'd do is we'd also have like export var frame model instance 3D and door model. Oh. Okay. This does mean though that this thing would not work for custom. Hang on, let's just do array of this door models. And then maybe frame models will also be an array. So let's do like set m custom door material equals m, check materials, set m custom frame material equals m, check materials, for d in door set mesh, no, set surface override material 0 to be custom door material. Hi, welcome back. Frame models. Oh no, this is gonna be f. F dot set surface 0 custom frame. There we go. Okay. Basically, what I'm gonna do here is, so this is door models, frame models. Actually, let's see if custom door material custom frame. There we go. Oh, and also if is we don't care if we're inside the tree. Okay, so now basically I should be able to set a custom thing, and I wanted that specifically so that I can come into here, add a trim or metal. Let's rename this trim metal. Interesting. Thank you, Godot. Oh, it just took a bit. Okay, custom frame material, boom. Very powerful. And we can have a similar thing on these, for example. In fact, I'm going to just have the exact same thing. Let's just have this be rename custom materials. Okay. So now we can have this, and I'm going to do, instead of this, it's just going to be like, well... model slot 1, maybe? Slot 2. Material 1. Material 2. Actually, hang on. Before I do any of that, okay. Now what I can do is I can do this again. So we're going to have, for example, frame in slot 1, door in slot 2. And then we come back to here where we had this window before. So now we have a custom material that we can do trim metal. Boom, right there. And then for the exact same thing for here. So like frame goes there, and we don't even really need anything else. Takes a while for that to figure out what it's doing. But okay, are there any other windows here? There are these windows. Let's put that here as well. So yeah, now what I can do for all of these... thank you, Godot, for that. There we go. Set our custom materials here. Boom. So now all of these match the windows here and the trim that we use elsewhere. And we can actually do that for all of these doors. Right, 1, door 1. Shouldn't this have like the white noise interior? Hang on, both of these should be the white noise. There we go. Almost perfectly flat white. And then these ones, the restrooms. Ooh, I actually want several custom materials here. How would I want to do that? I think I'm just gonna like, instead of refactoring it again to have like an array of objects, I'm just gonna add another slot. Well, actually, I can just have, this is gonna be, it's gonna override this script. Extend script. Door bathroom create. Extends class name custom materials. Or custom material node. An event. eventually what I'll have is var male equals, actually, yeah, false, I guess. And then we'll just have our standard custom materials here. Oh wait, no, this needs to be exported. Basically, we have bathrooms for men or women. And then, one of these, I guess by eeny, meeny, miny, mo, we'll do that. I guess we just do noise. Okay. Basically, this texture will eventually be swamped. Close other tabs. Okay. Because now what I can do is we can have, like, the trim metal. There we go. Which one is this one? Okay, so this is the men's restroom. Let's do noise. Do we want fancy colors for these doors? Maybe. Make unique. For some reason, what I want, though, is I want yellow for the women's restroom. Maybe like a pinkish or peach color. Okay. Albedo. Let's make this like a brown door. Very powerful. Okay. And this one should also have metal, because this is our freezer door. Or no, not freezer, just a fridge. They probably have a freezer somewhere in here, maybe. But okay. Actually, and for these pylons, I want a, maybe some lower roughness and some more metallic. So that way these can be a little bit shiny. Okay. Let's get, like, wood and stuff. It's like, should his house be all this color? I think that's fine for now. Make this fence wood as well. Okay. Boom. I think actually I'd like his house to have a little bit of yellowing. So let's make a unique texture here. And this will be a smidge yellow. Wow, that is like nuclear yellow there. It like, here, completely white. Here, piss. I think what I want is maybe more gray than yellow, like that. Okay. Save this as Bill. Trim old. There we go. I want wood here again. This isn't going to be quite... Well, I kind of like that there. This, though, should be probably, like, trim old. Like that. Actually, I just realized what I should be doing here. I should be doing, like, a material override equals this. And then, like, because basically I need it to be possible to clear it to null again. There we go. Oh, there. Okay. So now what I could do is I could remove that. Oh, but right, because it has the surface material override set already. Okay. Custom frame glass. I should probably just set this on all of these. Oh, wait, no, we don't need the glass to have a custom material. For now, at least. Okay. Oh, wrong thing. Thankfully, it's only 11 windows. Okay. Custom frame. Cancel. There we go. Oh, wait. Okay, we already have that here. This is what I need. Admittedly, this does feel like kind of overkill. To have like this whole system that basically replaces Godot's built-in like material overrides and things. But I don't want to have like 1 quadrillion editable children running around, especially since they're almost guaranteed to like be broken when I import through Blender again. Okay, but I think all of these... Well, I could do wood, or I could do the yellowing frames. Oh, I see. That one has its own thing. trim. So yeah, I could either do wood or I could do the white trim. I think what I'm going to do is instead I'm just going to make this there, like that. And then maybe do wood for this door. Eventually it'll be nicer. Okay. Spooky house. Okay, so for now, let's just put some gray in here. So that I can, like, tell apart the inside and the outside. Yeah, we're getting closer. We're getting, like, we're starting to make things that are identifiably houses. Is there more to this music? Okay, there we go. Ugh. Or does this not have the... Hang on, let's put this up there. Okay, so we're gonna have... There we go. Customize all of these windows. So, do I want something different from... to set this apart from the Wright house? Well, this house is actually, like... Yeah, it's coming along. I like the color. Oh yeah, I also need the brass ornaments. I think that's what I'm... Yeah, actually, brass with black and gray. That does sound quite interesting. Also, what is this texture exactly? Okay, I was smart enough to make just a plain white siding color. Do metal here. How many of these pieces are there? Oh, okay, they're just mostly hidden because they're reflective. Okay. So now the machine. Make this metal as well. Well, I kind of like the mix of metal and concrete. Hang on. Make this part concrete. Also, I just realized I think this door doesn't work right. Go back to controls. Isn't there a lab door? Okay, this is the door. Door machine. Okay. So that's the thing that does that. And then I think I'm fine with concrete for the rest of this. I'm just going to have concrete here. That looks good. Yeah, he will be just various shades of gray. Okay, that looks good. And for this house... what do I want? Trim... maybe another old trim. Okay. What is this part? Let's go concrete for this. Or, yeah, let's just do concrete for now. I'm gonna do a, like, brown. Does that feel right? Eh. It feels okay. This playlist feels like it doesn't have a lot of music in it. Well, thank you, YouTube, for leaving my playlist when I pressed the next button. Because the interesting thing it does is if you press next track, even if you're shuffling your playlist, if you're on the end track, it'll like delete or like end the playlist and just start playing random crap. But oh well. I'm only a little mad. Okay, let's go here. I think... here as well, we need custom materials. Frame. Door. So I kind of want like a, what do I want? I want a different color for this house than this one. What if we made this one gray again? Wait, we already have a gray house literally right there. Maybe a yellow color. Or like that color. This house is a bit too pink for my liking. I think this should be do I like the tan color? I think I want a bit more saturation, so it's more like a salmon. Well, because then that clashes with that house. Maybe just off-white. You know, it's hard to go wrong with just an ever so slightly off-white. feels like... Okay, that seems about right. Yeah, for this one, I want like a darker color for the trim. So let's do make unique. Save as Carlson. Trim Carlson. Because I want kind of an orange color, I think would be interesting. Or actually, this almost black is kind of, or like this deep brown seems interesting. Because we could have this vivid blue. And I'd have to figure out what color I want somebody else's house to be. Okay, trim there. And these windows are not custom. Okay, good. What if I selected that is not of this kind? Hang on. Where are all of my selections? What did I just do? Okay, hang on. Just grab the windows like this. Exterior walls got all these. Put this right there. Boom. Wait. Why is that there? Huh? What am I looking at here? It's not glass. Godot is just not capable of, like, getting those, I guess. Okay. Where's our other windows? They should be under, Oh, I see. First of all, these ones. Boom. Okay, where's our basement? It's selecting something. There we go. Okay, so now we can do that. And the gray there is fine. This, though... Boom. Seamless. I think for this floor, I'd like the same trim. Eventually I'll need to make the rim like its own material then. Okay. I like that. I think this house, I'd like some warm colors. Make unique, save as, siding Carlson. Let's do... This isn't a house... That's not a color you'd really see on a house very often. Yeah, what if we did like a dark green? Isn't that a color that people often use on houses? And then that matches the sort of foresty look that we have here. Okay, and then here, what do we want here? A light green door? I think we'd want something with like a window, though. But I just can't be bothered to add that. I'll keep that as it is. Because yeah, eventually the garage doors should also have like custom windows and stuff. Okay. I think here, this. Oh wait, did I change this to green? No, it's just the thumbnail broke again. Okay. Frame, door, that. And actually the door knob could probably just be like a metal. Like that. And we could do that for most of these doors and it'd be fine. Well, I don't like that color. We could do like brass instead. But okay, do I want the white trim on this house? Vital question. Very important question. Also, I just realized. So, material preview. All of this. This needs to do... Okay, so it does that. Let's do that. Yeah, that seems better. And hopefully none of the custom materials break as a result of this. I don't think they should, because I think it only breaks, like, hierarchies. Yeah, okay, good. Wow, look at this. All the houses are different colors now. That's so lovely. Okay, here, just have that. It feels so bright. Like, is it just because there's, like, no shadows being cast properly? The ambient light is weird? What color is this? Outer trim, bathroom 1, outer trim. So this is the floor. Oh, I see. Okay. What the hell is this? Paint 1. I could have just called that random noise, I think. I mean, I guess it's not quite the same. Oh, well. Okay, anybody's house that I'm missing. I did these ones. Oh, we didn't do this one, though. Though this one should also be predominantly white. In fact, I think the surface here make unique. Actually, let's save this as something else. Church. Siding. Here. Let's make it very faintly some other color. I guess a baby blue makes sense for it. That feels right for a church. Well, actually, what if it is just gray? In fact, I think for my white noise, I do want the, I just want it to be slightly darker. Wait, does nobody here respect this? What is happening? Oh, okay, I see. It won't match properly with the trim if I change this color too much. Yeah, so I'll keep that as it is. Okay, I like this. Let's do trim old. There we are. And the stained glass windows, I can figure those out independently. And actually, what is this thing going to be? Maybe it's just going to be... brick? Not quite. It's good enough for now, though. Trim old. Trim old. I think actually, what do we want for this? Trim white. Or no, white noise. I kind of want like a similar color to the standard doors, like that. And actually for these church doors here, I think what I'd prefer is that they just have like a lock on them. Because yeah, we have these trigger zones here. So I could just have an editable, or just edit those. Okay. What do I actually... I think what I want for these windows as well... I mentioned it before. I'm going to add it now. A pane that is, like, hiding the actual window. So if we go to Decor, Church... Stained window. Can it, like... Oh, I see. Okay, so this material, subtract that there. There we go. So now the glass should come in more, and then we should have an opaque side to this glass. Okay, standard material, albedo will be black. Because instead, we're going to have this be a rough or a metallic surface like this. So our church will have these ominous black windows. But then when you come inside, it's like, wait, what? I didn't see these. Okay, that's pretty cool. Anything else missing from here? This place still doesn't have a sidewalk that actually leads to here. Oh well. Anything here? I was thinking about adding a door, but I couldn't be bothered. That's a lot of the exterior textures done, except for this building, which, siding? Wait, what the heck? Oh. Wait. Huh? Put that there, remove that. Okay, okay. Yeah, the substation needs a lot of work. Actually, in this place, let's get our, do we have interior? Wait, what is going on here? Outer wall material. So we need, like, concrete or something like that. Boom, there. These interior walls. We'll use concrete for now. Make unique. We need like a off-white. Okay. I need to go to a gas station and see what the actual like walls are tiled with, and the floor is probably linoleum, I'm assuming, or like a veneer. And our chairs do leave something to be desired. Yeah, it's funny how it's much easier to see in here when the moon is out, because the moon doesn't cast shadows. So it actually lights up this interior more. Look at these things. Very realistic. They're so real. Extremely realistic pylons. Would they be called pylons when they're arched like that, or is that just for the vertical ones? I think these front doors here, we'd have gray rather than white. Make unique, and then slightly gray this up. That seems fine. Yeah, so our interior doors definitely need some work. What is that beautiful, suspicious line there? What was that? The tree had rim lighting for a few seconds, but now it's gone. Hmm. Oh yeah, we need Madame Blue's house. That's the one that I was forgetting. Okay. I'm just gonna give her some old trim. And then her door, I think her door could be purple, actually. What if she actually... Ooh, actually, I like the idea that she just has purple trim on her house. Does this door... This door is custom, maybe? Okay, so we got frame, we got door. Yeah, I'm thinking we can do some wild stuff here. Wait. Why is this door? Huh. I don't like that. I forgot to parent that door properly. But oh well. Remove that as well. We're gonna have all of this up here, I think, be purple. Oh, wait, make unique, save as. Textures, this will be blue trim. All right, let's say trim blue material. Okay. A deep purple. Very exciting. I think this needs to be a lot less saturated, though. How is it like 70,000 times more vivid here? I guess just because it's in comparison. Okay, so where's the concrete? Wrong one. Concrete. There we go. Exciting. I like this color. Can we eventually get... Oh, is it the foundation? I thought I was selecting the wrong material because the thumbnail was yet again incorrect. Okay. Here what I want is actually siding, I think. Actually, outer wall. Let's make this unique. And then save as. Siding, blue, 1. Let's say old. So this one is also, I think, going to be a purple color. Maybe something more like this. Clashing terribly with this. For this side of the house, make unique, save as, siding blue, new. There. So I want for this door, didn't we have like a paint one? Oh wait, triplanar. Make unique. Paint. Then I want a cool old pink. It's like it's more saturated in the game than in real life. Or like than in 2D, which feels like it's incorrect. Also, wait, isn't this door supposed to be... Ah, well, I'll figure that out. Okay, but now we got some wild and wacky things here. And then there's just a normal, like, door down here. Which actually I'll have, like, a trim metal. Boom. Save this as door blue. Decor, no. Textures, blue. Door, blue, metal. No, whoops. Ah, well, whatever. Make unique. Because this door will have a slightly different hue. More like that color. And then this door here, I think I want a different trim. Brown. Make this unique. And I'm going to do a green. Forest green, perhaps, to symbolize bathrooms. But okay. Alright, let's do one more tour of the neighborhood, and then I'll call it a day. Because I've certainly gotten a lot of stuff. I think I could do some more roofing as well. Let's set the time. Maybe even more. There we are. Okay. So let's start with blues. Ironically, her house is mostly pink and purple. I think we could do with some shading, we could do with some ambient occlusion, or maybe just like some textured details for these windows, I think. Then we come up to here. We have the beautiful and ominous Wright house with their elaborate windows, Southern Gothic vaguely thing. Let's get a quest from Linda. A symbolic color for bathroom. Oh yeah, the green floor. Yeah. And then we have the duplex, which is modern. Why is this window a different color than the other windows? No one will ever know. Hang on. Why is that a different color than all the other windows? Was I intending to do something here? Because I would want, I mean, I could do metal trim on all of these. I'm going to do the noise, though, for now. Yeah, the whites and subtle off-white and the cool grays of this modern, very beautiful duplex. Then we got a gas station, but that's the least textured. Just off-white on the outside with some metal trim. Very utilitarian. Most of the creativity of that place is going to come from the signage, which I should make soon. Then we have this place, which also woefully incomplete. Our church is a ghostly white. Well, sort of an off-white. Oh, weird that look at that door handle. It's Z fighting. Oh. We should zoom out when we do that. But okay, let's continue the tour. The Carlsons have a foresty theme. One of the few houses with a dark trim other than the Wright house. Then we have the mystery house. Because you don't know who lives here, but I do now. It's a secret. Then we have Batman. Very beautiful. We have the doctor's house, which I can't actually get access to. But it is also a steel gray house with metal trim. We have the Weston house with their blinding white doors, blinding white trim. Probably too bright. I'll probably need to reduce it down. Or probably just reduce down the ambient light from below, because it seems like it's just very, very bright. Then we got the old man Bill's house, also quite yellow. Yeah, too much underlighting just in general. And I think that's everybody. There's not actually that many places. I guess we can go to the river, or the cave again. Did my music stop again? Oh yeah, I didn't even fix up this place. Hang on. While we're here. This place should have like a door West G. Oh, it's the Weston's garage door. Oh, right, because this needs a door lock. So let's do custom materials. Attach that there. And then we can do... I think here, actually... I'm just going to add this as a... Let's have a class name. Door lock. And then make this have editable children temporarily. Oh wait, no, we can't do that. Oh wait, but I can. Hang on, I'm going to delete that. I'm going to add into the controls door lock. And actually, this doesn't even need to be a Node 3D. It can just be Node. Door lock. And... oh, excuse me. Get this again. Don't need that script. But now we do need custom materials, and then we can hopefully go to here, get the frame, get the door, go back to here. They hopefully are set up correctly. I think they are. It's kind of impressive that I'm like... So let's do noise white here. For both of those for now. Okay. Wait, also, I forgot about this. Basically, what I need is editable children temporarily. This will be Locke, Carly. And what it'll have is this area. And then we go back to here, disable editable children. And that means that this still has the lock in place, but it's not directly parented to this thing, which like causes things to break. Again, here we're going to do make unique, because what I want is for this door to be blue. A little less like saturated. How is it so... It's still like incredibly saturated. I think it must be the world lighting is just like so bright. Okay, that seems fine. Then we're going to do some metal trim on all of these. There we go. Okay. So we have our little bunker here, basically. Let's see. Nothing else of particular drama or interest otherwise. I'm going to take some selfies to use as thumbnails for the whatever it is. What am I thinking of? Oh wait, you can see the cube from all the way over here. I didn't realize that. I might want to hide that a bit more. But oh well. Actually, I want to see Mama Bear. Okay, this place is continuing to come along. Oh yeah, I was gonna go into the cave. Show that off. Not much to show off yet. We'll need to do some textures, some funny signs, some zipline textures. Playtest this to make sure it doesn't make players want to kill themselves, because it is very fiddly. I'll probably just make it, like, a lot wider. Like, you know, make something really big the player stands on. Okay. The day we have lost. Which house do I want? I like how the street lights look. Okay. Let's save that. Status. Add. Okay. Git commit M materials for the exteriors of houses. Phew. Okay. 1 billion years of work. And actually, let's get a nice image to end off the day. I guess that works. Okay, So I will be back tomorrow for more at the, or no, not at the ends of arrows. Kitty found a camera. At the ends of arrows, I will give it another week or so to cook in my brain to figure out what I want to do. There's a bunch of complicated stuff. But okay. See you tomorrow.